Hello folks, welcome back to the channel. My name is Joel Duggan and we are looking at Satisfactory once again on Wednesdays. New part of the schedule and I'm enjoying it. I've done a little bit of puttering around in between streams, but nothing major. So we'll take a look at that quickly. And I think today we are going to be increasing the height of the train station and coming in with some more permanent ideas. The things that we learned from putting together the coal train station is that our current train station just does not have enough room, I think, underneath it. I'm actually concerned that the train station we have is going to be too small for Devastator. I have some ideas though, because we can adjust the height of our rails coming in, which means we don't have to deal with the up and down within the train station. We can actually do the vertical approach ahead of the train station at an exchange. So that should be fun. Satisfactory Wednesdays. I can't think of a better way to describe Wednesdays. Yeah, normally Wednesdays don't knock your socks off, right? Like normally Wednesdays are pretty like ho-hum. So yeah. So let's go downstairs. If you're new, we are working on some Transformer themed builds. I want to go this way. And we've picked a couple of rooms over the last few episodes or a few streams, including the foundries for steel and some other things over there. And what I ended up doing here was realizing that if we used a logistics floor, then we could fit more than 20 foundries. We can actually fit 40 foundries in here if we don't have any of the belts and stuff happening up top, if we instead do all the belts down here. And there is room for it. It gets a little bit tight as we go over there because of a giant rock that I can't get rid of. But I'm trying to roll with the punches in terms of what we've done by selecting the height and the build of everything. And this is the other thing that I did to kind of help me wrap my head around what I want to do with this new 3D main bus idea is I've given myself a floor. So I've basically picked a height that kind of gets us over most of the garbage down here. So it gets us up over all this uneven terrain. Oops. And that goes the other way. So down here we now have a floor, and you can see I've kind of ripped open half of the main bus, and all this is going to be filled with the materials that we need for Devastator. I think we're going to need it. It's actually going to be quite intense. So there's a little bump there. There's something we had to get over. I don't remember exactly what it was, but there's definitely... Oh, there it is there. Yeah, so there's like a bit of land here we had to get up and over, and that's fine. I think that essentially what I'm standing at now is going to be the bottom of the bus that runs east-west, but if we have this level down here, it will allow us to run things like this underneath everything. So my plan is, I think, to have like a horizontal bus space and then a long bus space going down this way. I don't know that we'll need the entire 6 floors. I think we might only need the top 3 or 4, and so that would hopefully help. But it's going to make getting down here a lot easier, because we're just going to be able to just jump off the road here. If we need to go down and tackle anything, we can just jump off and go down. So these belts will probably end up being lower. I actually like the idea of this being maybe the tallest belt we have, and having nothing as tall as the bauxite here, because you can't really see it. You know, like this you can see zipping by, but that you can't. So I like the idea of dropping this all down so that when you look across, you can actually see clear to the other side here, whereas on the other side you can't. That's where I am with the main bus. It was just a lot of very boring concrete removing, hog killing, chainsaw using nonsense. Now, the big part here, the big issue, is this giant rock is in the way. I don't know why I chose this location. I think the idea was that I wanted to have the main bus come up and over that rock and then feed straight into Devastator. And I had the idea that trucks could drive up these ramps and bring stuff in, which we may still do. And all of the space down here was dedicated originally for trucks. You can see the truck stops in the back there. And I had like roads and stuff planned out, but ultimately I don't know that that's really going to be worth it. So I still want to keep the roads. It might just be good for us to access this. But instead of going up and over this with the bus, now that we can clip through things in the game, I think I'm just going to seal this up. We're going to put a belt connection on one side and a belt connection on the other, and we're just going to pretend that this doesn't exist. I should be able to seal it up, completely hide it, and we'll just pretend that this giant rock thing is just not there. And it'll just look like a giant bus thing going straight into the facility. So all of this will end up going away, and you'll be able to see right down to there. And we'll paint it and decorate it and structure it in a way that it'll look cool. And that leads me to the train station. So the thing that I know we need to do with all the trains is attach these loading and unloading buffers, these double-sized industrial storage containers. And I've done 2 things that I didn't realize with trains when I designed the original layout of this place. First, the amount of space that you need in this kind of area is obscene. We also didn't have floor holes when this thing was built, so we can do this a little bit tidier. But the fact that I have to fit these underneath here is a problem. We also have this train line coming straight into Devastator, which I may or may not want to keep. And it is at this height, and it just so happens that this is 2 foundations higher than our existing platform. And it just so happens that these are about the same height as the space we need to generate. So there'll be a little bit of clipping if we decide to do it that way. But it might not matter if they're underneath a train station. You won't be able to see that anyway. So we can quite efficiently unload and load trains if we do a couple of things. Raise all these platforms we're going to turn all of these unload outputs to the north, because the idea is that everything has to travel east when it comes off the train, but it has to go through a bin. So if the most efficient way to do that is go out, down, and then that way, through a bin, and on you go. So that's the plan. And you can see where I was kind of measuring out the height. Minimum, it's 5. Wiggle room and some fun design, it's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually 7. So 6 is minimum. 6 doesn't clip, whereas... I mean, we can do half measures and stuff if we wanted to. The idea was that I wasn't sure if I could fit another train station downstairs. I don't think I'll be able to. And then the other thing is that originally, you can see here, I had planned for another level. We could go up here and then enter in different train stations. We could also go down the other way and go into different train stations. The problem is that this eats up a huge amount of space that we could use for more train stations. So rather than needing to get up to this height within the train station, I think the solution is going to be approaching the train station at height. And then we'll come down to this level, or we'll stay up high and approach it via the tracks outside. And we can just put pillars along here and do it that way. So that's the plan. First things first, we're going to remove this giant thing. Do I have room? I do. It's nice to have a good mission, a good builder episode too, you know? Yeah, there's definitely room for a whole train station in here. Rid of that. We'll leave that sort of stuck there for now. I guess we don't need this anymore. Junkard129 a bit further up a chat asked if you can bulldoze land in this game. I mentioned you can chainsaw trees and blow up some rocks. Did I miss anything? Yeah, you can chainsaw coral. You can chainsaw cacti. The things that look like cactus, but they're not. We might have some down here. No, doesn't look like it. I might have gotten rid of them all. Yeah, but there's definitely some things that you can get rid of. Like, for example, this kind of a rock, you can totally blow up. You just need to get the explosives. Oh, I missed. But I still got it, right? So that's the kind of thing you can blow up. Unfortunately, this kind of a thing, the thing that's like modeled into the landscape and it's really large, you can't do that. Anything that looks like a building size thing, you can't get rid of it, unfortunately. But, I mean, that's part of the challenge, I think, of the map. So, explodable rock. And I would say most of these would be... That probably is 2, but, like, not explodable. Yeah, I'd say that's probably about the crux of it, right? So something like this you could not remove. So that's where it gets annoying, right? So I think it's different than something like Valheim, because Valheim I know you can do landscaping. Same with No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky you can do some landscaping. Junkyard, sorry I missed the question, and Cosmic, thanks for highlighting that. I appreciate it. This is all the stuff we had planned out for trucks. And obviously there's been a lot of trees growing up through here, so that'll be maybe an off-stream thing I do, is removing all those. I still want to consider keeping the trucks. It could be very convenient to bring something down that main drag on Devastator that we just don't have a belt for, or has to come in from like far away somewhere. So that could be good. All right, next phase is going to be to move the trains from their stations. We will have to reprogram them, but I'm pretty sure that I can send all of these trains via the scheduler. So to access this, all you need is one train station. The timetable. So Mixmaster, we're going to do edit the timetable. We're going to remove the Mixmaster station. We're going to save the changes, and I'm going to turn on self-driving. And because it's got no other timetable, it should just head to the Red Forest, which for folks that want to know, we are here, and it needs to go up there. So it's going to head off in that direction. Hopefully it'll stay there, but I should be able to access all of these. Edit timetable, Savannah, scavenger station. So nope. Save changes, turn on self-driving. Close that. Bone Crusher. Western Slopes is what we want to keep. Delete Bone Crusher station. Save changes, turn on self-driving. That should be everybody on their way. There's only 3. So these other ones are going to be a shorter route. We'll see kind of where they land. Who lit the redstone torch and summoned mini packs? Nice. Hi, mini packs. Seeing the impressive scale of everything you have built so far makes me think if and how blueprints work in the game. Oh, blueprints are, this is all built pre-blueprint. So, feather in my cap for that. But blueprints are fantastic. One of the things that I've done with blueprints, which I've shown off before, is across the hotbar I've got 4x4 foundations. So if you wanted to, you can just build out like a huge block of 4x4 at a time. Or you can do the different sizes, or you can do different configurations. It's very, very cool. So I think the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to raise the side of this, and I think I'm going to save myself some time. I'm going to make these out of coated concrete. And actually, I should maybe change our to-do list here. That's actually done. Crater Lake coal collection is done. Radar tower on Crater Lake. So we've not done that. I'm probably going to run out of to-do list. So we'll add in, then main train line. We'll add in raise Devastator train platform, and then I don't know whether we're going to reassign the trains today or not. But we'll definitely go put a radar tower up in the Crater Lakes. That'll be a nice little break. So this is going to have to move. So I'm going to try to do this one bit at a time where I can. I don't think this is... Oh, this might cut. Might cut the power. Yeah, I did not think about that. Well, let's do this then. Let's first do our little extension here. This unfortunately cuts through the middle, and I'm not sure if I want it to. Any limitations of the size of blueprints? Yes. 32 meters by 32 meters by 32 meters. You can fit a fair amount in them, and honestly, I don't want to blueprint an entire factory because that would take the fun out of it, right? So now we'll switch. That's going to be coming in, so right-hand drive. I guess I'll try it this way. Oh, this doesn't connect. Gonna have to go up over this nonsense. Do I not have a hazmat mask on? Oh, I'm not wearing it. So we can eventually connect temporarily here. Mermelada de Mursa from Argentina. Very cool. Hello. Thanks for saying hi. Welcome in. Stuck at tier 4. Yeah, I think it really breaks open when you get trains. It really does help. The thing is to automate some stuff, but then sometimes just brute force and connect the things that you want to connect. So I have to remember here, we've got a main train line that goes over there that connects the power to everything else. So I don't think severing this should shut off the power. No, I think we're good. I still need to keep this in mind. I just don't know. This is why I'm not sure about keeping this, is because it really does cut off a huge amount of space in our train station. It might be worth doing something else with this. I don't know. I think we're going to be so limited for space, it's going to be worth putting as many stations on this as we can fit. So none of this is going to matter. And I just realized I've completely cut off my construction train. I might have to get him up here. Yeah, I think I can do that. It's 1, 2, 3. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 generally. It's usually twice as much. Make a connection. Oh, that's gonna be right-hand drive. Hold on. There we go. That'll work for now. I knew there was a reason I needed to build out here. I really hope they allow us to get rid of the rocks at some point, the gas rocks. I don't know the height difference there. I'm betting. We should be able to get this down here. I need to get it out to about there, I'd say. Not bad. Can you not blow up the gas rocks? No. You can blow up the gas plants, but not the gas rocks. Block signal. Alright, so that'll help us get our train out of the way. Yeah, it's always nice when you get some new people that kind of come in from away, Hioni, and they're just like super nice, super pleasant, very polite. You know? Kind of like, I wish I could stay, but I gotta go. I guess we can just... Yeah, I think I wanted to make it... I want to change the coding. What's my default for that? Coded is 50% gray, I think. Yep, okay. I feel like I should maybe make this white. Previously, they used to be two different colors. The metal foundations, I mean. Alright, so we'll have to be careful with this for now. This is the new height for the platform. Now, I've also taken the power out via pole. I don't think this is going to affect anything. I mean, we'll have to double check all the different mines anyway. Yeah, I hope they come back too. All right, so we've removed our way in to the train stations. So we'll have to figure out how to get that connected down here again. What I really should do is run these off the platform. I think most of these are 1 meter foundations. Yeah. I think I might have to move this train forward a bit. We can always park it at the Devastator station if we need to. Park it, stop it. Stop it, I think we decided was the right term. I'm just going to get it completely up off of the platform. And right in the middle of the gas rocks. This is what I mean by we'll want to have this come into the station higher. And if we have more than one layer of train station, then it'll give us options to either like go up from here or go down from here and eliminate the need to have tracks actually on the station. I also want to have like more of a train line, you know? Like a station line, a main line, and then the individual stations lines as like a 3-tier. Just lost your web browser. Turns out Joel is on it. I am not awake enough to adult today. What's the rainbow train for? That's my construction train. So that's just got all my parts in it. Think about like it's like mobile shulker boxes for Satisfactory. Imagine if llamas in Minecraft were actually useful. That's my construction train. I don't know where the edge is. And I don't remember why I decided that this was the size I wanted to be. But it's already done, so I don't want to mess with it. So I would say in line to here. And then here. That's in line that way. Yeah, okay. Now I don't want to turn those off, so I'll leave that for now. Move the cars. I'm gonna have to move all my hypertubes too. There's something really cool about having a giant yellow construction truck. It just reminds me of a Tonka dump truck I used to have when I was a kid. And we're out of concrete. Yeah. Is there a big overlap between the player base? Have you played Factorio? I've tried Factorio. What I didn't like, Charamir, about Factorio was the constant attack from the bugs. If I want that, I'll just play StarCraft. I prefer the more passive nature in Satisfactory. Concrete was back here. And so mini packs, it's all just color coded. That's why it's all different colors, different things. So it's not necessarily by type of material, it's by like what color is the sprite. My nephew's Tonka dump truck is sitting right next to me. I had one almost exactly like it. Man, they haven't changed much because of course they still look like dump trucks. You know, like dump trucks have modernized a bit, but they still look pretty much the same. I think the differences in modern dump trucks is like the cabs, and obviously the tech and the engines would be different, but like the outside look of a dump truck really hasn't changed much. The dump trucks that I think are really cool now are like the ones that are used in like the tar sands out in Western Canada. Like they're just massive. Absolutely huge. Now I think I want to maintain straight corners. I may want to use some tricks to make this look a little bit cooler, but for now, rather than worry about design, we're just going to worry about the basics. Design, technical term for good. Or pretty. How are we going to do this? I guess I just start raising this stuff first, right? I'll leave those where they are. This is kind of a mess anyway, to be honest. Actually, this has got to go. That can stay. Leave all the power poles. Something I didn't realize is that your zipliner, your little tool to ride the power lines, got faster in Update 7. Like a lot faster. So it's a really convenient way to get around now. Many dump trucks are now getting electrified, so they now have overhead arms that can connect to electrical wires on repeating routes. That's cool. All the hyper tubes are gone. And I guess there's no sense in keeping this because it's on the wrong level. I think I may also reorganize the way in which these things come in. So now we have no way out. You go too close to the sun? No, you're okay. Actually, let's just... Just for the sake of my sanity, we'll do that and remove you. I don't know what they connect to. You find the zipline thing hard to use? Yeah, it's a little bit hard to use. But like, it used to be a lot slower. But check this out now. Well, maybe I lied. Maybe it's an experimental? I thought it was faster. Back to the thing you said about Factorio, I totally understand the biters are always quite controversial. Yeah, I just don't... It's not what I want from a factory game. I thought this was faster. When I saw it on what Darren plays, he was moving way faster than that. It's not... well, I guess I'm a liar. I thought it was more impressive, but it's just... not for me. Unless you have to upgrade it, maybe. I don't think it's gravity affected. But he was doing straight. He was going straight along the grassy plains. It was on a flat surface. The only thing that this kind of messes with is this cool little attachment bridge here, but we can raise that too. Oop, the wrong thing first. All right, so then this, we can just use our material customizer. All right. Oh, last one. Now we have to raise this up again. Just temporarily. So that's going to be the new platform, and then we're going to have this much space underneath it. Or more if I want to lower the roof, which is a possibility. I have an incredibly deep factory building mechanics, and the biters just needlessly coexist without adding anything to the core mechanic. Yeah, see, that's what I think I thought was interesting, is that they just seem to be a pain in the butt, right? For no real good reason. I don't know if we need to keep that at all. I'm not really sure how that's going to play out. I'll leave that there. We might find that is going to be useful as a way to get up to the top. And I'm guessing that's probably connected through there somehow. So, time to remove these stations. Now, the first thing I should do is get rid of all the contents that's in them. My inventory doesn't fill up. I haven't played in a few updates. I keep wanting to, and then I wait for the next update, and then another on the horizon. So the main update now that's happening is a graphical update. Update 8 is going to Unreal Engine 5. You hold control, by the way, and drag. You can drag an entire. So, just like Minecraft, you can kind of like shift click or control click and all that kind of stuff. So that removes all of the bauxite stuff. Now, thankfully, I have a lot of this stuff written down, and it does not look like my spreadsheet is working. There we go. So if I go to my main section here, I've got a lot of the trains kind of mapped out. So we're about to remove the Red Forest train, and I've got my bauxite cars mapped out. So we hopefully will not get too lost by deleting the station, because I don't know where the station's going to be when I put it back. I don't know whether bauxite is going to be the one the farthest south or whether it's going to be something else. Either way, it's time to move Uh-oh. Box is a shame. Lots of plates and lots of stuff I don't need. Definitely want those back. So I'm gonna go make a quick trip to my main storage to dump all the wood and stuff. Transformer on screen, by the way. Oh, sorry. Thank you. What happened there? I must have pressed the wrong button. Oh, come on. That was weird. Appreciate it. Thank you, Minipacks. Yeah, we had a Satisfactory server set up, and just this week... Oh no, there's no power. That sucks. Where did I lose the power for these? I would say right there. Somewhere. That power pole was probably connected to something. Here we go. Yeah, there was, I think there was the Christmas event. It's Unreal Engine 4? Yes, I believe so. It should say on the Steam page or the Epic Games page. I'd like to have a better hypertube system once we get all this sorted too. No! One of the things we're looking at with Patreon is Patreon removed the on-site milestone goals, but we can still set milestone goals as a community. So maybe we'll look into doing something like that. Definitely don't need the power line zipper. I thought it got better. Rods. It's gonna free up a couple of stacks here. We're gonna need the concrete, so I'll keep that. Actually, we might even need more concrete. So yeah, I don't know if we're going to keep this central train thing. It's a cool idea, but it might be better to have a train either side, and that would eliminate the need to have a train that goes like straight through our station like that. Unless I can weasel it in real quick, like unless I can fit it between two stations or something, and I don't want to rise it up though, like I don't want it to be something. Now we've removed a lot of our exits here, so we don't actually have a safe way down. So I'm going to jump. Yeah, I don't want the train to have to get here and then go up higher. I feel like that would be kind of dumb. And it feels kind of dumb to have it have such a cool looking base, you know, and have anything but like a dead straight approach like this. So, I don't know. I haven't decided what we're going to do here. Oh, I left boxes everywhere. All the good stuff. Just look, zipline up and it says has a sprint function, so maybe you have to press something to go faster. Oh, that could be it too. I'm always sprinting though. You're right though. It's probably something that I need to look into, play around with a little bit more, because I absolutely saw Darren plays going way faster. See, this is just a useless length for a train station. I don't know how to handle this to get these to be more efficient in terms of like, I don't need to waste all the space for these super long stations. But if you stack stations behind one another, then trains could possibly get caught behind one another. So the solution is generally to have the same station, but then have a train of different length. But then that means that at your source, you have to have like 4 empty cars and then the right amount of stuff for the station. Like it increases your train length dramatically, and they don't look as cool when you're going around and you've got a train that's got like 8 cars but only 5 of them have stuff on them, you know. I mean, it's more efficient, but it just, to me, it would be better to have a bunch of shorter trains. We did it again. Alright, well that I don't care about. What I should do is lay out some concrete, I guess. Maybe that'll get rid of some of the inventory. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I forgot you have to do the right height first. Blueprints are a little bit stupid. Once it's down, it's good. Doing 4 at a time. Add to Joel's to-do list, make safer way of getting down than jumping. That's fair. There's another one down here somewhere too. I also need to start thinking about ways to get up and down without using hypertubes or stuff. Be a very dark floor. I guess we could always add some skylights here and there. Actually, since I'm right here, I can probably offload some stuff into the train. Jump pads, they're okay, but they really toss you quite far. They're not good for small spaces. And again, they don't work with no power. I'm thinking about, like, you know, staircases, things that actually work when you don't have any power. Now, I don't know how we're going to be able to do much for train junctions here. I guess I can go between Devastator and Megatron? Yeah. Night has fallen, so it means it's time for break. And yes, when I was playing last night, it got dark, and I saved and exited the game right when it was getting dark, which means that the sun... Sorry, just when the sun was coming up. So it meant that when I started the stream today, that the save was set up for the daybreak, which is great. Devastator hub and Megatron. Save changes. Huh? No errors. I take a break once an hour, folks. I encourage you to do the same. Refill your coffee, grab a friend, let them know about the stream. We are always trying to grow the channel. And I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. I guess it's worth noting that my train is probably too long for this block. I think that's what happened. I think that's what happened. No. Why is this stuck? That's a problem. It's weird. I don't know why it wouldn't go. It's on a different block. It says there's a train on that block. Huh. Oh, autosave. I'll have to come back and see. The break train might not be a thing today because of all the train work that we're doing. We'll have to see. And without a train station to go back manually. Oh, I know what we can do. I can go up and show you guys the cold train station. It's not finished, but I made a couple of quick adjustments. And the whole coal collection train is the reason why we're renovating the train station, because I didn't have a place for that train to come down and dock in, so we're gonna fix that today, I hope. Just park it in front of a belt of items? Yeah, I could do that too. Well, nothing's running right now though. It's the only thing. Oh, that's going. I could go into the smeltery, I guess. That's all being hooked up to stuff. Oh, we don't have a left-hand turn here. Hold on. Can I add a left-hand turn here? Or a right-hand turn? Get past that block. Rude. Build a temporary belt loop. That would make people seasick. That's funny though. There is a spot right here. Can I don't know. That's going to be too close. Yeah, I'd have to go back further. Just temporarily. It's too far. It will connect though. So if I aim at you, too long. That'll do for now, and I know that's a block signal. I'm gonna need to put another block signal back here. We've got path signals here, and it really slows things down. So I might remove them for now. That's block signal, block signal, block signal, block signal. Oh. Signal loops to itself. Maybe this has to be a path then. Oh, I heard a good ding. I think we're good. Yeah, you can move so much faster with the jetpack. You can't beat a good ding sound? That's fair. I meant to put this in last time. So we're going to go up to the top here. This will eventually need to be a 2-track system anyway. I just don't know if this location is where we're going to go up. I think I might try to go up on the other side of the lake. This is really steep, and it really slows down big trains. Like we're struggling to go tractor speed. So all I did with the coal collection train system was just added like a hover track tower in the middle of the lake up here. And obviously I forgot to remove my screenshot platform. So there we go up to bauxite. And actually while we're here, maybe we'll put that radar tower up here. Probably a good idea. So the station is permanent, the approach is temporary. I may or may not keep the lights. It lights up all green at night. There's a thumbnail on Twitter right now. That's what I used for the thumbnail for the stream today. This, I was just taking screenshots. And I don't like that you can't hide the hover pack hands. But all I did after we finished this the other day was just, I painted these parts black on the end. So like they're dark. And they're dark on the sides. And we'll add some layering and stuff in here as well. When this gets totally finished, we'll decide how we want to do the top part. But right now, I'm pretty happy with it. I like the chunky nature of it. And the other thing that I'm considering is moving this train bridge. While cool, I think it might look better if it was on the world grid. Or parallel to what we have going on here. So we might bring it close to here. So the approach to actually get up in here might be a little bit more efficient, right? We might have the approach be a straight shot through here and then curve around and come up. And then there'll be a right-hand turn to go up to your other places. So that, I think, is where I want to put the radar tower. Check my map. We have a radar tower here. That gets us just to the waterfall. Oh, gets us about halfway into the lake. So not really. Kind of like over there. And then we have another tower up here. And that doesn't even cover the lakes. So that's why I think somewheres... I wish they would stay on. Like, I wish you could select them and they would stay on. It would be so much more helpful. Yeah, I feel like we need one kind of like either right in the middle here. It's probably just going to be easier just to build a temporary one. Rather than running one way up to the top of that tower. So I could easily build another train station. For no reason at all other than just to pull the power off. That's the one thing I don't like about power going over via rails. Is that you can't pull power from anything but a train station. Where does the power pole need to be? Basically right where I'm standing, I would think. Basically right in front of me. I guess I could just put a station right here. First. Missed him. Did I get the protein? No. There was a third one somewhere. Yeah, I guess the easiest thing to do is just going to build a train station like right along the straight part here. So I'll just put a train station right here. I guess to there. So yeah, you have to build one of these in order to pull power. And it only comes from one side. Yeah, there it is there. So I guess I wanted to build it right in the middle. Yeah, really. Right where I'm standing should be fine. So we can just hook directly to it. Should be good. Now it might not be super high, but we should be able to get all the resources in the area. Yeah, I don't even know if I need that. Nice. Now, did it show us anything good? Nothing we didn't already know, I don't think. Knew about that. Bauxite I knew about. Caterium I knew about. Yeah, I guess there's really not much going on in here, is there? I thought there might be some hidden resources, like kind of down through here, maybe? But no. I don't think I knew about that. Way over there? That's probably the only thing I didn't know about. No, there's a coal node up here, too. But I think I knew about that from here. Yeah. Huh. Alright, well. Nice to check off the box, but not the most exciting thing. I'll be curious to see if our bauxite train can come back that way. It probably can't. That's what I mean. This needs to be a 2-lane area. Can't remember if I mentioned it, but I like the recessed train station. Thanks, yeah. I think it's more effective if you do the whole platform this way, but it's a cool thing. I agree. So this is what it looks like when you leave this station. It's a nice, clean, straight shot. Pretty scenic. Nice view. But yeah, this is not good. So where I want to take the train, I think, right here to my right, there's a path that goes up that way through the cave, and it's a much more gentle incline. I think that's where I want to do it. Nope, went the wrong way. I guess the easiest thing to do is go down to Devastator, and we'll use that to park, because this is just going to get convoluted until we finish the top of the train station. Until I can replace my construction station, I'm not going to have a place to actually stop the train. Hioni, thanks so much for being here. Have a good rest of your day. Do I have a left-hand turn down here? I don't think I do. Or a right-hand turn, rather. I don't. Of course you're going to roll forward. Alright, I guess we just have to keep going. So the intersections start to get more and more complicated when you realize that you want to go in multiple different directions. When you're just doing the main line, it's pretty straightforward, but when you have to do a lot of trunks, like, it gets a little complicated. What I want here, probably going to be from back here. Why are you... That is old news. Will you connect over this way? No, you won't. We'll go from back there. Really should switch to the hover pack because trains will power me. That's not going to work. One, two. Sketchy, but it'll work. I really can't wait to finish the whole network. I think the thing that really drives me about the hover pack is like when you're done with it, it's not quick to get you anywhere else. Like you just, it's such a slow burn. And I guess this is silly. I could have just backed into Devastator from here. It's so strange how it takes you such a long time to brake going uphill, but then again, when you try to brake going downhill, you can't at all. You'd think it'd be the reverse, right? Yeah, I mean, all of this, I mean, obviously temporary. We end up going through a rock. Like, this is all just construction service lines for me. The person that was asking about blueprints and the scale of blueprints, if you're still here, that's the blueprint designer there. So the scale of it is this box. That's your footprint. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 foundations by 4 foundations, and it's 4 of the big ones tall. 4 of them? 8 of them. 8 of them. Yeah, 8 foundations tall, 4 foundations wide. So it's 32 by 32 by 32. Now, do I need anything else? I think I should be good. I just need to drop off some stuff. I guess we'll go this way. I gotta remember that if I go up to that tower, I don't have a good way down. Nope. A good way to halt your progress is to land on a belt going the wrong way. So we can close this up. It's going to be a lot of work redoing the inputs for the main bus, but I think in the long run it will be good for us. I'll leave this here because this is going to be very handy. Maybe we'll move it. Or maybe I'll make some stairs instead. I didn't realize it was in front of some belts. Or into the side of a container. I want to think about where I want to put stairs though. Like that's definitely a thing I want to do. Is have stairs going up and down for us. So let's do this now while I think about it. We'll just mimic what I've got going on here. And so we can remove the poles. Iron smelting 1 and 2. Now there's a way to do this where you can connect to, yeah, there we go. You just click on the existing power line and it auto connects for you. So you don't have to build it 3 times. That's going to be higher. This can go away now. You don't have any power going straight down, do you? Sometimes I do that. And that one might have actually done that over here. No, you're still powered. Or are those iron 1 and 2? Maybe those are iron 1 and 2. Yeah, okay. So that switch, this is where the power goes down for that right now. Obviously, we'll change that. Very helpful straight down into a container, right? Terribly convenient. Now, where does this go? You go down to there. All right, let's change you. And do you go anywhere else? No. Two of 4. Where does that go out that way? That might be the main power into Devastator. Monkey Programmer raiding with a party of 2. Thanks very much. Welcome in, folks. The raid is bananas. Monkey raid. What were we up to on stream today? I don't actually know if this is the only power that comes into Devastator or not. It can't be. That can't be right. No, Devastator's got power from the back. Can't see. All the power hypertubes still have power. The machines are still rolling. Yeah, I've obviously got some redundancies in here. I think these are mostly for the hypertubes. Cleaning up the power in here is going to be an absolute nightmare. Yeah, that's hypertube stuff. Wait a minute, didn't I just cut the power from that? Yeah, I totally did. Don't need that. Oh. Maybe I do need that. That just turn off the whole... Yeah, okay. Well, that's a problem. We will have to fix that. That is not an elegant solution. Yeah, okay. Wasn't too bad. Did some planning prior, so it helped out a lot. Yeah, I find the planning stages help. I did a little bit of planning as well here. I've got plans for a much deeper main bus, and I did a lot of the concrete placing down here before I started streaming. I just couldn't sleep last night, so I just kind of loaded in and did a bunch of stuff. So today we're raising the train platform. You can see the perimeter we've given ourselves as we increase the height of everything. Now, where did this go? Oh, right, this goes out to our miners. So I'm going to do the same thing I did before and just change this. We'll come up with a better power solution a little bit later. I just don't want things to be disconnected. Those are off, so I obviously disconnected something. Disconnected my temporary concrete as well. Why is that not working? Should that not still have power? Double wall outlet. It should be connected to power. No. That's got power. Oh, because I disconnected the line in Devastator. That's probably what was bringing power to the train station, not from the train station. Right. Right. Previously, it was probably the train stations themselves that were providing the power. So what we will do is run something under the track, I guess. This is again why I don't like the fact that you can't pull power from an actual train line. I don't think just the track. Like, I think you should have to build something like a structure, but I don't think you have to build it. I don't think building an entire train station is the right move. Let's grab something from underneath like this. Hopefully I have enough cable. Glad I haven't removed the floor of this yet. Jump. Oh, lots of cable. Only 4. Upgrade time. Green light's good. How long were you into this run when you decided on the build style? I had done a fair bit. So I had done all of this factory work. So the Northern Forest Factory, the quartz and Western Slopes, the collection here for coal, and that was about it. So yeah, I stopped about here. And then when I saw the Rocky Desert and I knew I wanted to build like a mega build, and I decided, a mega build, I hate the term, but when I wanted to build a giant factory, and that's when I decided on the Transformers because of the scale of it. And then I had some practice on another save. I did a Metroplex. Actually, I was looking into this. Apparently with Satisfactory Calculator, I could copy Metroplex and paste it into this save. I'd have to go hook everything up, but like I could probably do it. And I think I might. I think that would be a really cool to have like Autobots on one side of the map, like all the green and kind of like lush areas could be like Autobots, and then all the deserts and sketchy areas could be Decepticons. Because I'd love to be able to do both, and I would love to be able to do like an Optimus Prime design here somewhere. That would be awesome. Bright red and blue. It looks so cool. I definitely want those. So we'll trash some of the things they don't need. Now you're powering temporary concrete. Yes? Yeah. And you're powering that. So we will take that and bring you across the ceiling for now. So hard to see where you're lined up in this place. Good. This is just a temporary box of concrete for when I need it. they come in real handy, having them kind of dotted around. Now, is this going into anything? All right, this is actually put in a decent spot. I'll leave that there for now. This looks like it's inconveniently... Well, that's not bad. Now, I think I'm going to want to get my trucks out of here first. So the idea with this underground area was that you were supposed to drive trucks in and out of it and get access to the road over here. And so each truck station had its own like lane setup where like I had, if a truck was coming in, it was, unfortunately it was a really screwy way to get down here. But you'd come in here, there's the cactus thing I was talking about. And you could drive into any one of these truck stations and drop off your goods. But trains just seem to be a better way to do things right now. So I haven't really pulled the trigger on setting up any trucks. The idea is that they could drive down here. They could then, instead of going to that truck station, they could go to this truck station, or they could go to... Oh, wow. You were in the wrong spot, buddy. Beat it. And then they could drive up here, right? And they could go all the way to the end of Devastator. So I want to keep at least the road. I don't think I may not keep the truck stations, but I think it would be excellent just for us to be able to get around, to have at least these two road, you know, so that we can come around here. And then we could also have the exit over here. So I think all I really need to do is just drive those vehicles onto this road over here, and I should have access without any issues. And then I can delete this ugly temporary bridge thing that I put in a long time ago. So I can just remove this corner here, and I can park the vehicles downstairs in the garage. I absolutely have a garage in this build. That's quite funny. All right, one at a time, I guess. Yeah, so this is again one of those temporary construction things. I guess I can just stick them down here at a site for now. I don't use them that often. Seems to be raining everywhere, yeah. Thankfully, some vehicles are faster to move than others. Maybe we'll put this guy pointing the other way in case I need a quick route out of here. You can see how I kind of like laid out the paths with the fencing. Let's not put him right in the way. And obviously one of the things I have not done yet after the update 7 is come down here and remove all the trees again. I think it's the third time I've had to do it. It feels like every time they update the game, all the trees come back. Where's the light coming from? Is it? I guess it's just the sun bouncing off of everything. We'll leave this guy pointing the other way. And last but not least, can I get out there? Not quite. Just a decorative door. Turn off the headlights. Can I not turn off the headlights? There we go. Last but not least, big truck. Hopefully they take advantage of some of the new tagging in Unreal Engine 5 to make the game remember the state of animals and plants. Oh yeah. I don't know much about Unreal Engine and the advantages. There was a great big 2-hour YouTube video that they put out, but I haven't watched it yet. I keep on meaning to put it on like while I cook or something, just to kind of listen to what they have to say about Update 5. I know it's been complicated and it's delayed Update 8 to the game to switch to Unreal Engine 5. I'm going to move this guy around too. So you can see how he could have like unloaded cargo, right? Your headlights are on too. All right, so that's that. Which means temporary platform can go goodbye. Oh, except for my inventory is full. Right, I think we can do, if I remove this, put a single one here, I should then be able to tag this in here. Oh, I guess I have to do more. All I needed. I don't know why these are so finicky. It's raining concrete. So you can see why. Oops. So that's annoying because I have to delete that one at a time until the second the update 8. You have to delete blueprints one like component at a time. But you can see what is so convenient about having that big slab of concrete ready to go. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 was minimum, 7 was preferred. Once you get one blueprint down, it becomes a little bit easier. If you can even see that far. And actually, I have a blueprint that will fit here too. I've only ever seen my own world. I didn't know it could look like this clean. My world is 100% purpose. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time trying to make things look pretty sharp. And I still have a lot of mess, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of like temporary madness to the eventual design of everything. Did I miss a spot? I missed a spot. I know that doubled up on that. I didn't mean to do that. This will get us all the way across. And then we can use the other blueprint. Except for I have no more concrete. However, there's a giant temporary box of concrete over here. Even your temporary stuff is tidier than my main builds in game. Ah. That's my personality, though. Oh, am I going to be able to do this before the sun goes down? Probably not. Yeah, it's going to be very dark in here. If only we had a temporary box of concrete conveniently located underneath the giant thing that we're building out of concrete. That big enough? Yes. It fit here too? Does. Like a glove. I'm going to leave a little hole here because I think we're going to need it. So with the train stations not working the best, I think the thing to do is, as Cosmic suggested, is I'll pop over to one of the factories that is hopefully still grinding away at some stuff, and we'll just put the B-Rig back screen on some action there. Looks like some things are still moving and grooving. Oh, that's just a belt. I think the iron facility should be going. If I go up to the second floor here. Yeah. My lights are not on, though. That's weird. The machines are on, but the lights are not. Alright. Break time again. I do this once an hour. You should give yourself a little bit of a break too. When we come back, there will be less smoke and less iron and more trains. Be right back. So it looks like the sun is coming up. The lights over there are on. Maybe I thought I had lights in the middle and I don't. Maybe I just have lights going down the side. That's probably what it is. Yeah. Not as cool to look at. Not as much stuff moving around. Oh, did we just crash? I think the game just crashed. Nope. Good. Was the autosave? I just didn't have the UI up. So let's have a look at our new shiny flat platform. That looks really boring. But it's so much space! So much space. We don't need trains that are that long, I don't think, coming into Devastator, unless I can start doing some better logistics. Multiple stops per train, I guess. That's probably what I'm prepared for. Alright, let's get up a little bit higher. Ladders. Alright, so you can see my issue with this train line coming in here and going straight towards Devastator. It looks cool for the Devastator approach. I just didn't think that far ahead when I built this train platform. So we've got a couple options. Either the train platform just doesn't come this far, and we just don't put any train routes like close to here. We actually find a spot here where it makes sense to cut the platform. Like maybe the platform stops here or something, or only connects to the road, or I don't know. So we'll start, I guess, at that end, and we'll figure out how many train stations we can fit on this thing. And ultimately, what's going to happen in the distance here, that roundabout is not staying. That's temporary. We are going to put a big one right over here. And what I think I'm going to do is a combination of the roundabout and an elevation change. See this path here going up the side of the mountain? It's not nearly as steep as that one. That's where our train line is going up to the coal. This is, I think it's not as steep. But if we have a roundabout there getting us up high, we can probably get up here no problem. And that goes up to the coal. So it could be a shorter route and less complicated than the mess that we have in that section. I would really prefer it if the train, the main line, just kind of went right around and down there. So that said, this is not going to be, this line right here is not going to be the approach. The approach is going to come over the hill here and then come in and probably turn. So again, I'd still, if we keep this line coming into this Devastator, I'd really like to keep it as a single track in the middle. So what we'll do is we'll figure out the distances we want to do for train stations and mark them out. And train stations typically use like 5 blocks, I think. Yeah, better part of 5, maybe 4 if we line them up on the corner. Four and a quarter. It's probably going to be better to line them up on the middle like that. But we also have to think about how much space they need for offloading. It's going to be a train station. Yeah, it still needs to be a train station. I still want all of the stuff happening underneath to go towards Devastator. The difference is that I need to leave room for a main bus. And I think the largest train we had was 8 cars. That was all we had room for. But I've given this an edge on purpose because I also want to try to do that recessed look. I think that could look cool. So by that I mean, if we come into here and say we had like, we need to give at least 3, right? And then you can come up here with these platforms. I think it was 3. And then when you put a train down, you're right at the level for the door. And as we looked at before, we can nudge these a little bit as well and get like a cooler tighter look if we want to. We could also do something like using foundations. If we really wanted to hide the whole thing. Right? Or we can go with a lower one too. That just comes right up to the edge of the track. So you can do something like that, which is cool. But the main thing that I'm concerned about right now is planning for a main bus to the train station that's going to the main bus for the factory. And I have to think about, like, do I want this to have an edge? How much space do I want between here and a train platform? I know that these things are going to want to export on the right hand side. So I've got a funny feeling I'm going to need more space than this. I keep on getting my left and right mixed up today. I meant this side. So yeah, we'd need quite a bit of space. Well, not quite a bit. Does that just make this a full 5 foundations? I think it does. So that's a nice slick way to unload the train. But obviously it crosses the line here. So I feel like if we moved that, that would be minimum. I feel like I might want to go at least one more over. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that kind of just goes over 4. But at 1, 2, 3, yeah. I'd like to have it be tight to one side. So maybe to here. Oh, that's the wrong thing. I was like, why can't I place it down? Yes, if I lined it up there. That just feels like miles of room. So that's convenient there. It still gives us a little bit of room here. I don't know if this is going to have anything higher on it. I don't think so. I feel like it's just going to at most have Maybe like a railing or something. You know, I don't think it's really going to need much more. Call me old-fashioned, but I'd probably start taking out a pen and paper. Oh, absolutely. I've used a website to make this blueprint. I don't remember the name of the website. I used to have a link for it. It might still be in Commands Cosmic. I don't know. But that was really convenient for making a rough blueprint for what I would need to do for the power plant. I found it very, very helpful for like figuring out where your bays needed to be for your different bays of machines. And it was way faster than drawing. It was like using a stamp, you know, or stickers. So I mean, this is a no. We obviously don't want to have it this close. I feel like I might be shooting myself in the foot if I don't leave myself at least a foundation here between the edge of the floor hole and that. So I feel like I want to move this over to the point where it completely... Maybe we just move it all the way over to there. So this is right now it's on the seam. What if we moved it over to the middle of this one here? I don't know if you can stagger them too. I never thought about that. Like I never thought about having like a line, a train line going to here and then having like a slightly staggered station. You could probably do that. It depends on how big your stations are, I guess. So that gives us almost another foundation width of space there. And then on this side, it's still within, gives us a little bit of space here too. So then your next train station, if this was the case, we would need a full foundation. Well, I guess then it gets a little complicated. So I put this guy here. The good news is if they're going straight out and straight down, we don't need them to be super far apart. I don't want to put them on top of one another. But it looks like if we go center of foundation and then seam of foundation, that's about the right number, right? Still lots of room to work around, move. If I wanted to put down walkways, I think I still could. Yeah, I'd have to be creative with where they got placed. So if I wanted something higher than that, I could do that too. Can't find the list of commands. Might have somewhere else maybe. Yeah. I'd have to remember. I think it's just called Satisfactory Blueprint Designer maybe. So that feels about as tight as I'd want it to go. I wouldn't want to be any closer than that. The alternative would be to go all the way over to here, just to mimic the pattern and keep them in the center of the foundations. But then I feel like that ends up with just a ton of space. But it might be enough space to actually run a train line, right? It might not look good, but we could also have enough space in here for a line to get through if it needed to. But I don't really think that that would be necessary. I feel like if I need to get through or around the station, I'm just going to do a line. I'm just going to do like a separate trunk that goes around the outside. And that just feels like a waste of space to me. That just feels like too much. And this, it's compact, but I kind of wonder whether I'm shooting myself in the foot. So what if I did this one with the same amount of space? So 1, 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. And this feels narrow. I mean, it's, if I really needed to pack them in, it's doable. I just feel like that's so narrow. And I guess I don't have to do one or the other. Like, we could start to, I'm trying to also make it easy to place them down and sort them out rather than just like having like a very specific number of spaces in between them, like meters. Yeah, I feel like one is an extreme and the other is too small. Like, this is doable, and then now this feels like a giant waste of space. Wait a minute. The other one was alternating, wasn't it? But how happy would be with it's doable to meet the sound of to like refit what waiting to happen. Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be a future. This feels like it's probably going to be a future problem. Because the other thing we got to remember is that these are going to come down. And they need to line up into a bin. Which I built too close. We'll try that again. Right, so the idea is that these will unload into a bin. The good news is that's the right height. Beautiful. Right, so this is super slick. Bang. Right, doesn't affect anything below us, nothing. Now these bins will have to somehow get all the way over to the main line, which is way the heck over here. Here's the main line here, the purple. So it has to connect to all this nonsense. Right? But we've got ceiling things, we've got all kinds of different ways that we can do this, right? But my thought was, instead of having to run this, we can't run it straight because there's going to be other trains. This basically has to come out and immediately turn to the right. And then I have to have like a mini main bus in here, like a bunch of these things all going this way, and have that connect to them. So the lines for these are just going to be basically like out and then the straight that way as they snake around. And that's why I was concerned about the drive down here. Like, so I'm not sure exactly where all this is going to go, but we'll keep as much of it as we can in this space. And this is a space I didn't have. Now, the cool part is we have all this space to use. The problem is that I do kind of like the look of this. Like, I like seeing all this stuff. So right now we're kind of hiding it up in the ceiling. And I don't know. But then again, if this is going to be a main bus, maybe we just remove this part of the ceiling, right? So we can see all of it up here from down here. And if I remove this ceiling, then we can potentially have more trains down here if we wanted to. Although they're pretty tall. Yeah. That might be a no. So here's a test. This was super tight, right? This could be problematic. Also, do we see the bin? Oh, we do see the bin just a little bit. Well, if I moved it to the left, I don't think we would. So underneath this one. I also want to line these up better so that the outputs and inputs on these are like on the center of the foundations, or at least somewhat lined up. Now, can we see the top of that bin? I'm hoping not. No. So if we decide to leave these as they are, then you can't see the bin. And then if we decide to do the sunken in platform, then you won't be able to see the bin at all. Which is fine. Man, the coffee is good today. One of those brews that just comes out just right. That's still a ton of space down here, right? Like, I guess that's the thing. What else am I doing up here? Like, nothing. You know, I've got max belts. I don't need more than 2 belts because there's no imports. So I don't even have to worry about imports. And even if I did, it would just look like this. And we would just do the import logistics down here. So all that mess that I tore out, like all that spaghetti that was between these platforms before, I don't really need them. So it looks like we could do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, including the offload. And then each section would take 5. So then how much space do we want to leave for the main bus up here? I would say at least 2, because that's our road space. Oh, I guess these 2. But that doesn't mean, like, the stations can still be here. I just need to figure out where the farthest forward a freight car can be. The stations can still be up this far. So I guess I want the train lines to be at most like if I was running a train line that would be exiting, because these would all have to have a line that we would exit on. So 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2, 3. I don't know if they actually connect to the stations either. There's always a little bit of weirdness that happens in this space too. Like if I make a perfectly straight rail here, I can't actually connect this. It won't let me. Oh, that's changed, I guess. But that's the tightest we can be, and it doesn't actually look that good. It's a little wonky. Grab my hover pack. So we'd have to decide if I wanted a line there or if I want a line like closer to the edge here. Well, this is the wrong one to be messing with anyway. This is the closest we're going to get. We need 2, 3. That still only goes to there. And how many freight cars does that give us? I feel like I have to select that as well. Well, let's figure out horizontally how many trains we can fit in here. So we'll do three, 4, 5. Now this is if I wanted to stop the train station here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different trains. Or I can keep going and squeeze in a 6th. And keep this whole section. And that would remove Well, I guess I do want the main bus to be housed. That sort of makes sense that we keep it. But once we get to here, yeah, we're kind of at the main bus, so I feel like this might even be pushing it. Because then we would have the line exiting. The line coming in would go along the back. I know I had things very tight here. There was definitely a train station around here before I deleted everything. But 6 trains is good. This still feels like a huge waste of space. because you could just hook on to the exit here, right? I mean, it's possible we could just fit another train station in. 3, 4, 5. With 2 to spare. So we would just bump it in by 1 on that side. And then we'd have like 2, space of 2 on each one. I just don't know what we would... I guess, I mean, the train that comes in over here... Well, no, because then... Yeah, a train station here doesn't make any sense because then this line is just right in the thick of everything. Yeah, I'm not sure what we would use this area for. I mean, we could just design something that looks cool, but has no function. Because the roads are going to go underneath. Oh, you know what we could use this for if we wanted to would be to go up another level. Yeah, so that can't happen. I'm even on the fence about this one, just because it's so close to here. So this would be right there. Then back 1, 2, 3, 4. That puts the exit line going right there. Oh, we can't connect to that. That's too close. We can't do a U-turn from there. So this is probably not going to happen. And that's what I mean by I think this whole space is going to look like a train yard kind of like situation. So let's say we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stations. Right. So what I could do is have the train station here turn around, have this be the exit line, and have the exit line be separate from the main line here, and then connect onto it later. So we remove, like, I have to remember, I don't want the train stations connecting directly onto this. I want a separate line here. So let's put a copy down over here. It's weird placing these with the tracks on the seams, I have to say. I think that's what we're doing. So if this wasn't here, I don't know why it gives me such a weird design. 1, 2, 3. Put it here. So that would go out that way. I feel like that's room. Then everything here would connect and exit out that way, and then this would sort of like connect out this way here. So let's say this was the exit line. We'd have to connect this thing. Connect probably into about there. Sort of like that. And then coming in, it would go along the back. Have I crossed the T's and dotted all the I's? No, not even close. We've established that we can't put a train station in this yellow zone, though, because it's too close to this and we can't connect to it. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 foundations to do a U-turn. You can't really do it any faster or tighter than that. I feel like 2 foundations here is enough for us to sort things out. I don't have any real plans for the top of this to be anything groundbreaking. Like, it's really just meant to be a train platform. If anything, I'll decorate a little bit on the outside of it, but I don't have any plans for like this area. Like I said, maybe it'll get a little railing or something. I also remember if we do this kind of like substructure, we'd have to leave it open for these to turn around. So it wouldn't come out to this far. But it would give us some interesting kind of like shape dynamics, because like in here, this could be 3 meters here. So it kind of creates a space, you know, with a block there and an edge there. I mean, I don't know, maybe this ends up going up a little bit higher, you know? Maybe we have like a nice tight space like that, and the walkway is elevated on the outside. I don't know how good that would look. We could also use half foundations here too, if that felt too high. We could always use the half marks like this, which could look cool if it was a little bit taller than the foundation as well. You know, almost like a safety barrier. I mean, that's a decent amount of detail. You know, that's not a bad idea. Change those. Not bad. Very Transformer-like. I dig it. For folks that are just tuning in that maybe don't know, we're basing the design of all of these local factories here in this area after Devastator, the 1980s Transformer combiner. You know, I think that's the plan. So I feel like that's enough space. I don't imagine I would want to do anything else out here. That's more than enough room to do things like add street lights if we wanted to. Right? I mean, how perfect is that? Lines up right there. Do I have power anywhere? Give me the power. Yeah, I think that'll work. I think that gives us a neat idea. You know, I mean, this could also be the top layer. This could be asphalt too. Customizer patterns. Good old construction yellow. Maybe not there. We'd have to change the top color. Do like a custom thing. Patterns. So this would be the bottom. And this would still be the top. That way the sides don't change. Or we just stay with the purple and the green. Yeah. Have you made the light pink? Well, the lights might end up being purple. That could be kind of cool. I feel like we could space the lights to go like between the stations so that when you're looking at it, you would still see the trains. Yeah, I feel like 5 is probably going to be our max. So now I just need to figure out where the freight platform needs to be. I also feel like I had to nudge these stations back. I don't feel like I gave myself enough room along here. I don't think it was easy to connect multiple stations in this way. So I'm going to double check under here. Yeah, I really feel like I want to give myself at least 3. So we're already well beyond that. So the real trick, I guess, is just going to be laying down these stations and knowing that they are on these centers here. Oh, I wanted to figure out where the platforms were going to line up correctly. Right. If I add you there. Right. I want to knock this back by just a touch. I want to say 2 meters. For anybody that doesn't know, that you know is maybe new to the game, every time you have a building that goes in like on the grid is a 1 by 1 meter grid. So every time you've got something that like moves along here in increments, like it's the big foundations will snap, but if I grab like a building or something, like this is a 1 meter, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's an 8 meter by 8 meter grid, and I moved it too far. So it's 1 meter that I have to knock it back. Just 1 tick. So the reason I wanted that was because I wanted the freight cars to start to align to this grid of like on the center or on the third, because it's more convenient and easy to remember where your lines are. And if I decide to use any, well, I guess it really doesn't matter. It's just tidier. I just don't know how this affects my exit here. Right, so we're going to have to do 1, 2, 3. See, it doesn't like that. Oh, I really put it back too far. I put it on the wrong line. See, it doesn't like that either, which is dumb, because it's actually farther. It should be able to make that. Right, so if I remove this, bring this up to here. Now why is that not working? Yeah, the order of operations is really tricky. Well, as long as we can do this all the way along, then I'll be happy. Nudging things back by a bit did not seem to help us, so we might just be stuck with the way that things come out. I'll try it one more time. Where did this line up? This lined up with just past the edge. Yeah. Not worth the headache of dealing with this crazy system for the convenience of just being able to, like... Alright, I have to build this first, don't I? Well, wait a minute. If I have to build it first, then if I do knock this back by a meter... Right, but then it gets wonky. That is finicky. It's just a little bit longer. I don't know if it really makes a difference aesthetically. I do kind of like that they line up on the edge, and it would make the recessing it a lot cleaner if we needed to. Or would it? Yeah, that doesn't clip at all. So the difference here. Do I want to nudge them back like that, all in the name of better freight car placement? I kind of do. What do we think, chat? Worth it? Or do you think it's going to create a headache when we try to do this kind of stuff here? Actually, just realizing now, because we've not centered these on foundations, this is actually going to be really challenging if we decide to recess these tracks. Because now this doesn't line up. We'd have to use half foundations. And I don't know if that's going to be even on both sides. Oh, yeah, okay. So it still works. Because they're all on the seam, so we can still do it. Okay, well, that's good. I'm happy about that. No, that actually kind of looks better, doesn't it? A little deeper. Oh. Time for a break, it looks like. Depends on how unkind you want to be for future Joel. I think I want to be kind. Are these all unpowered? No, we should be good. I've not yet set up like a brake hypertube. That would be pretty fun. So, folks, again, I take a break once an hour just to kind of keep me from getting too stiff sitting here and playing video games. You should too. Make sure you give yourself a good break. Let's go look at something maybe a little bit higher. Are these moving? These aren't doing anything. Where's the purple? Can I stand on a belt, maybe? Or a railing? There we go. Cool. So once again, I'm just going to pop out for a short break. And when we come back, we will do, hopefully, the final placement of the trains. We'll see. Nice. Back for daybreak. Good timing. So now that we actually have the power hooked back up, I should probably hook back my little jelly landing pad. Yeah, I think that could work. I think that could work. I feel like we had only 4 train stations before. Oh, that's why the jelly thing isn't hooked up. Let's build one. Oh, I don't have any organic matter stuff. I'm missing cable and biomass. Okay. I guess I could just take this down. Let's put you here. And then another one. Let's go with here. Well, that doesn't work. Try to get this sorted like that. Nice. Now we just test it out. Probably hit the track. Yep, that's fine. I maybe should angle this the other way. There. 1, 2, 3. I guess 4 was the right answer. I find hypertubes are very tricky because they're different than pipes. You can't do quite as tight a turn. They're much broader turns. That should work. But I think I do want to knock these back. So I'll remove this tricky little bit. And we'll come back here to this section here, right? Yeah. And we just back it up by 1. The thing to do might be to try to decorate some of this before I hook up all of the craziness. Like before I belt everything up, I should probably try to decorate it, at least the basics, and then if I'm happy with it, then I can hook up all the other things. I tend to do the opposite. I tend to go for function and then try to make sure that everything is hooked up later, but cable, I guess we'll go, yeah, I guess we'll go all the way back to main hub. Thankfully it doesn't take very long. Zoop. Cable. What else do I need? Should be good. And how's the inventory? Concrete, we're good. Good. I'd really like to get to a little bit more building today, too. Maybe we can do an extension on the main train line to wrap things up once we get this sorted. Could also plot out the roundabout that's over there. Although I probably have to do a little bit more research for that. Let's test the new tube. Down and out. Poot. Good stuff. That was right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we had to grab this first, remove that, and bring this out to one past there, which makes sense because we're one back, I guess? I don't know. I try not to think too much about the trains in this game. Right, but that can't work. So we have to come out to here and go a tick, either a tick in. Oh. Maybe that's what we should be doing. Nah. I prefer to have it go down the middle of a foundation. Now, even though I've gone over there, can I still connect to that? I can. Good. Now I should be able to connect this to that and that to that. And so we can remove these double connections and just connect that and that way. That's already done. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I really think the best way to do this is going to be to think about what's coming in on the left and what's coming in on the right, as far as like when you look at it this way. So this is a lot of iron, or actually what's being used on this side. So I want coal, iron. I think that's really it. But I want quartz and bauxite on this side and copper. So what trains are bringing in? Well, bauxite is the farthest to the left, so it makes sense to bring bauxite in here. So this would be Mixmaster again, right? So that would be Mixmaster, Devastator Mixmaster, right? Because that's the bauxite. And then we've got copper. Now copper I've got coming in from mines, and I've got coming in from trains. Scavenger is bringing in copper. I could potentially be bringing in copper from another train too, from Bone Crusher. Bone Crusher is bringing in the quartz. So I feel like Bone Crusher has to be the next, because Quartz and Bauxite I thought were meant to be along here. So we'll do Devastator, Bone Crusher. Oh, come on. Really? Why do they limit these things like that? Graphic designer in me is having an eye twitch. Dang it. Maybe we have to change this to like D. I saw a really cool thing where someone was using like special characters and they showed up in game. Like if I went and found like a D in a circle or something. I wonder if that would actually work. There's no... Here's one. Yeah, it totally works. Oh, but it doesn't show up in the sign. Alright, well. It works on, like, the fix-it signs. You'll have to call it Burnkersher. Well played, Cosmic. No, you mean Burnkersher 247 MC, right? That's rough. I guess for now, because what I've done with the other ones is I've named them after the biomes. So Mixmaster and Devastator, sorry, Mixmaster and Bone Crusher, and then I need probably coal. Coal goes to both aluminum production and steel. So, and we can reroute the things. I just wanted to kind of like, it makes no sense to have a train comes in that's way over here, have to send stuff way over there, you know, like it trying to go about it logically. But we've got more coal coming in from other biomes. Hold on. If I hide resources, we've only got 1,200 coal coming in here. Yeah, 300, 1,200 coal. And that's going to a different place. This is 1,800 coal. Oh, that still says untapped. That is incorrect. Let me consult my spreadsheet. That's wrong. This is in Crater Lakes. Coal Miner 1. Mark 2, 600 per minute. So it is bringing in 1,800. I thought I did this already. Pure. Mark 2. Overclocked. 600 per minute. That's 2. And that's 3. So yeah, I think we do the coal train next, because we could maybe have this coal train bring in something else too. I don't know what it would be. Maybe we do coal and caterium. I'm gonna have to be creative because the coal train is only two cars long at the moment. So I don't know what this is called. I need to look up the other names for Devastator's Constructicons. Scrapper, Scavenger, Bone Crusher, Hook, Long Haul, and Mixmaster. I feel like Long Haul has to be like saved for a big train. Scrapper or Hook? What do you think, chat? Scrapper for a coal? It's just little. It's only 2 blocks long. I think it's Scrapper. Punish Props, thanks very much. We've redone a bunch of things. How are you? Been a minute. So Scrapper is coal. And that means that the next one has to be Scavenger, right? And that leaves us with a 5th train not yet assigned, which we could make construction station temporarily. Hook is short and sweet. Doing great here in lovely PNW. Gorgeous weather today. PNW. Pacific Northwest. I was like, Canadians like don't understand what you're saying. Good to see you, man. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, so essentially what we did was I raised the platform for the trains up so that it would be even with this train line that I want to run in down the main digs. So it would all be on the same level. So then we can have like a connection and export, and this is going to be better later. But we discovered that I thought I was going to have a lot more room over here for stuff, but I really don't. And I feel like this is just a giant waste of space, but I don't know what we could do here. I mean, other than maybe like refine some caterium or something, I don't know. But all this is now hooked up and going out. I just have to change the left and right out there. And then I have to remember now how many cars Mixmaster had. I think it was 4. To me, you're in the south. Well, sort of. I would consider you West Coast. Like that's where my brain would go, West Coast, because I'm East Coast, right? So yeah, so we've got bins under here that's going to balance everything. Lots of space. Yeah, I guess it's just a matter of remembering what the cars are. I don't remember. I mean, I got my spreadsheet. Hold on. Don't need that anymore. I want my trains. Scavenger. Coal, copper, iron. So it's 4 for Scavenger. Where's Scavenger? There's Scrapper. Don't need that. Scavenger is here. Leave that there for now. Scavenger, 4 freight car stations. 2, 3. I might have to redo these. Leave that where it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that gives us room for a train of, I think, 8. I guess I should also think about the line coming in, shouldn't I? Before I start getting all fancy. Frontrunner Jack, do you recommend Satisfactory? Yeah, 100%. Totally do. I can't remember, Punish Props. I know you play Minecraft. Do you play Satisfactory too? Yeah, of course you play Satisfactory. You did the crazy cool cosplay. Why am I just... Sorry, brain fart. Ignore me. Working through the game a second time. Nice. Frontrunner Jake. It's on Steam and Epic Games. Normally I would recommend that you use the code that I have for Epic Games, but it never seems to really pay me anything, so you have to accumulate enough points within a year, which I think is kind of obnoxious. Also check out, unfortunately, with update 8 coming, you might be waiting a while, but normally when the updates are released, it'll go on sale for like 25 or 30% off on Steam. It's worth it for full price, which I think is still only $40. What's the regular price for Satisfactory? I don't remember. But I've got 1,000 hours in this game, like easily. And it's not this complicated off the start. They start you off at a decent clip. Okay, so we need to think about incoming, at least for now. And I'm thinking that this is going to be outgoing. Actually, that could be both. Well, that might be a problem. Maybe that's only incoming. That would make sense, because I don't really care to look this way much on the way out. Maybe out can only happen out the back of Devastator. That would make my life a lot easier. Or we could run it underneath. Apparently I have no power. Put this in here. This is only incoming. Then outgoing would actually be on this side. That means that this doesn't connect here at all. Right, so this is incoming only. I think this is connected to the wrong side. Then outgoing would have to connect over here. We would have more room here than we need to. I guess we'll just leave it there for now. We'll have space to maneuver it later, I guess. This is right-hand drive. Well, that's going to be a problem. Yeah, this is going to have to, like, go up and over, I guess. Or cross over it at some point. And have a messy connection up here somewhere. Which would mean that I would be able to fit another train station in here. Ah, man. Wrapping your head around this stuff is really difficult. Satisfactory is currently $27.99 in UK, this Cosmic. Boy, howdy, you have so much more patience than I do. Yeah. I think it's just because I don't like redoing things if I can avoid it. So I really try to take my time with this stuff. So yeah, I was thinking about putting another train station here, thinking I would have to sacrifice this. It just that it gets very close to the outline here. And I don't know how close I would want that. Because I don't know if we could get it out and up over anything. We could do a bridge here. Let's just experiment with this for just a second. I hope this is informative for people. I don't know whether this kind of an episode or a stream is really helpful or just... Right, so that's real close. Where are these? One past the middle. Yeah, that's not enough room to really get up and over. It is here. We could totally go up and over here. Or we could duck this underneath. Run it down through there. No, I gotta remember I've got a flow of stuff. Well, wait a minute. The bus is here. So, I don't know. 29 on Steam is regular price. Wow. I think so too, Frontrunner Jake. I feel like it's, although if it's not marked as a sale on Steam, then that's the regular price. I mean, but if that goes for, you know, 30% off, then that's $20, right? It certainly doesn't drop below $20 to $24. I think usually I've seen it. Cosmic, thank you for the shout out for Punished Props. Absolutely. I'm embarrassed I didn't mention that. It would be cool if on the way in you ducked down and then you kind of like came up and saw that happening. That would be cool. The question is, can I swing that? How tall is a train? Wait, this might work. That could be fun. It's going to look terrible on camera because that, like, inside the thing, you're going to be going through stuff. I mean, that's real tight. I don't know if that's really how I would want to play it. I might want to have it be lower than that. But it would be right here. We could just not, we don't have to go up this high. None of this has to be up this high. And it could be cool if you could see from the train all this nonsense. I kind of want to do this. Because if we just dropped it by another meter, I think it would look okay. Doesn't even touch the power. I kind of want to do this. And that way we could turn this into some sort of like cool portal or port or something. Foundations. I don't want to do round, but we could totally do round. Round, I think, would look a little bit dumb. But something on an angle would be cool. No, I want vertical. Did I go too far? I went too far. No, I didn't. What am I doing? So we could do something cool like that coming out of it. That could be totally worth it. 12-hour stream. Yeah, 12-hour stream. That could just be very, very fun. It'll look crappy on camera because you'll end up like traveling through this, but you know, it might not be too bad if you were far enough away. Yeah. So you just see this. You wouldn't actually be in here. I guess it would depend on the angle. I mean, it would look neat. Tipster, hello, hello. How's it going? I kind of like that idea. I'm going to leave that there so I don't forget about it. But I think that's a cool thought. Because that means that then this would then connect. And this then this space doesn't feel so underutilized, right? We'd have plenty of room for our belts. We would want... This no longer needs to be there at all. This could just completely go in a 180. Actually, that lines up with that, I think. So it has to be there. We think this would be here. Nope. I really don't understand where the logic is in these trains. Oh, it has to be over this side, that's why. Like, I would think going by a half meter over, I'd have to go a half meter over here, not under. So this tower won't be here. This is just for me doing stuff. So I think it's probably going to be better to actually center that, so it looks a little bit nicer. And then that gets us back on centers, I guess. But again, this feels like less of a waste of space. This might actually line up better with where I want this to go as well. Because I don't think that the approach that I put in there today is where it's going to end up being. I can see myself coming in a lot tighter around the corner here. So if that's not here, then what I need to do is the back line. You've never seen this game, Tipster? This is a resource management game, very similar to Factorio, if you've ever seen Factorio, but without the bugs. There's no attacking. I mean, there's some animals that might get angry at you, but like if you leave them alone, you can generally... Nothing destroys what you've been doing. You are the only one that can destroy what you're doing. That works as advertised. So we are on the third foundation in. I will do that the same way over here. Hey, the sun came out here. Nice. It's been raining all day. I'm going to go with at least here. 1, 2, 3. Start here. So if we have to do here, we only have so much room before we have to do turns. And we want to make sure we leave enough room that a train doesn't stick out like I had before. So it's on the seam. And we'll need to do... That's 2. 1, 2, 3. So maybe here would be our limit. One, two, three. That's the normal 3 foundation situation. Like that. And then this line is meant to keep the train station from getting too big. So now we'll find out what our max car length is. It's going to be longer than 8, I think. Aldaboss, hello, hello. How's it going? And I guess, actually, Tipster, to bring you up to speed, what looks like a bunch of kind of mess in the background, there is a mission to the madness. We're basing this off of the Devastator transformer. So hence all the neon green and gray and purple. And in some places it looks better than others. But that's why everything is kind of green. And it's just kind of a design inspiration. I'm not making it look like it's an actual transformer. I'm kind of like splitting the difference here. Let's just put in, I guess... Well, I don't need to do the freight platforms here. I can just... This is an unused train station, so I can use just a regular empty platform. Sure. They're the same width, though. So we do only have 7. I could do 8. I think. Yep. I think I want to try to do the 8. We'll have block signals out here anyway. We don't have any power out here? There it is. So this is a little tight. 1, 2.5. And then 1, 2 to there. That should work, I think. We just have to do these bits on their own first, because if I don't do them first, they don't work. Oh, wait a minute. Why is that not working? I also got to remember that I wanted to do this recessed kind of design, so I want to make sure that works. We may have to stick with 7 cars, which is kind of an odd number. I would prefer 8 if possible. So it's 3 foundations high. Oh, thanks to the tipster. Appreciate it. So we would not be able to do... We'd have to do like a little bit of a tricky bit back here. That's fine. Even a half foundation, I think, unfortunately, gets too close. Wait a minute, what am I talking about? We can do it in here. I'm going to make sure that this works on this side too. And then if we do half, and then we could also add like ramps and things if we wanted to. Oh, there's no half ramp, so we'd have to be careful with that. Yeah, maybe not that. I mean, it could look cool with just a wall on it too. Oop, don't want 2 of them there. See a little bit of the flickering there, but we could probably hide that if we wanted to. Thought the trick was just to delete one and replace it. Yeah. Seems to stop it. So that seems to be okay. If I put down a train, I mean, it would go in the other way. She's tight, but it works. This doesn't interfere with what I want to do, so that's good. I need to get up on this thing. I feel like they should have ladders that go all the way up. Oh, come on. I guess I can always replace these later. That's fine. That's the station and a freight. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Out of concrete. Nonsense. I disagree. Somewhere down here, there's more. Always more. Worth it in the end if you get it right? Yeah, that's fair. Now I'm out of heavy modular frames. Always something. The trick was that I couldn't have a full inventory because when we were dismantling everything, I just didn't have room for it. Putting those steel beams in there was the worst idea I've had. They're always in the way. You know this song? That's probably a bad sign. I'm going to skip it because I keep on getting flagged for copyright and it's incorrect because this is all royalty free from Harris Heller. Well, he produced it, but thanks for the heads up. Heavy modular frames. I think those are on the train. Unless I've got them in here. Oh, here we go. How many do I need? They take 6. Oh yeah, okay, I need more. More than just 63. I think that should be good. So off in the distance there, for people that are new, we decided to model our power facility after Megatron. So it's not quite done from the decoration standpoint. It's functioning. It's giving us 60,000 megawatts. But what it is, it's based off of Megatron. And we have a board too. Like, so I was using like this kind of stuff. And so his big arm blaster is going to be like the vertical cannon to it. It's going to go up to about where that cloud is, I think. But it's a huge project, but we needed to start supplying like trains and stuff. So that's why we've kind of switched gears. Hyper tube. Oh, thanks, Tipster. Yeah, before I wrap up, we'll take the train out there. Because I should be able to hook up this station now before the end of the stream. Which is... I might have to go another little bit. This one? Sure. Yeah, up there, those little steel beams that I put, they're not good. Not a good idea. I should put one in the middle, not around the outside, because around the outside I can't fly past them. That's a lot of trains, friends. Every day at 1 o'clock Atlantic. That's UTC minus 3 hours, Tipster. The schedule should be on Twitch. The game should also be there as well. Yeah, let's change this right now. No, I didn't want to go back. Accidental hypertube. Nonsense. Sorry for the deja vu. Just a couple of trains, yeah? The thing is, like, I don't know what to do about the ones that are only 2 trains long. I feel like I need to just sort out a different way to get stuff down here. like whether Mixmaster should pick up stuff, but then Mixmaster is such a long trip. I don't want to delay the coal. I mean, I guess you just have to add more train cars, right? I guess that's the way to do it. Let's remove these edges so I can fly around here normally. Alright, so this is what's going out this way. Alright, I was working on the platforms. Maybe if I grab a regular train that's not got a big trail behind it, I can send you all on a train loop. I don't know if this is going to work. We had trouble with block signals the last time I did a train break. It should work, I think. If I take one that doesn't have an actual train load behind it, I should be okay. Just the locomotive, right? Edit timetable, Megatron, and Devastator hub. Maybe this will work. Maybe it won't. No signals so far. I don't know whether it'll give me an error on this route or whether it'll give me an error on the next route. But at any rate, I'm going to take another short break and then try to finish up what we started today. So give me a few minutes, folks, and I will be right back. I forgot where I parked. I forgot that there was a train here. Whoops. The Tipster, it is a really pretty game, and it will be getting better when it switches over to Unreal Engine 5 with the next update. Thanks, Cal. Thanks, Cosmic. Do I have anything else in my inventory that I'm lacking? Plastic, we're good. Rubber, gas, frames. I think we're fine. How do you forget where you park a train that long? Out of sight, out of mind, Cosmic. Out of sight, out of mind. I missed my turn. So I don't normally stream for this long, but I'm having a good time. And actually, it's benefited me because I was going to barbecue, but it was raining all day. But the sun's come out now, so in another little bit, my balcony is going to be nice and dry, so I can actually go out and cook dinner. Smoke a couple of pork tenderloins, I think. So currently the down tube is over there. That is what I wanted to be able to do. Poot. Right. We'll fix those so that they work a little bit better. Get up on top of this guy right here. Whoa. Okay. Oh, autosave. The sun shined there today too, Cosmic. That's awesome. Punish Props, if you're still hanging out, I meant to ask you, are you working on anything cool right now? Any cool costumes or props that aren't spoilers? I understand that some of those things you might play close to the vest until the video's out. Oh, that's a little bit too fast. Something ironic is that the whole reason I increased the height of this platform was because I wanted it to line up with that train platform there. And now I'm dropping it down by 8 meters, which is exactly how much I increased the height of the platform. I don't know. It looks better, don't get me wrong, and it gives me more room. So there's that. And it eliminates this messy cross track here, and it allows me to have 2 extra train stations. So like, progress was made, but it was just like, I feel a little dumb. I feel a little dumb. So this is going to be tricky. I don't know how we're going to handle this end of things. So this won't be here. I have to remember that's not a thing. This also won't be here. And that is the right-hand drive leaving the station. So right-hand drive coming in the station is probably going to be well, I guess it would be here and then it would drop down, right? Well, that was right, after all. I just have to drop it down by a meter. Always tricky. Hold on. So what is that? That is 4, 8, 9 meters. Generally speaking, it's 1 to 2, so 18 meters. 1, 2, 3 is 60. That's 24. Let's go twice that. Let's go 1, 2, 3. Which is right where I stopped. I never even thought we could just have the whole thing go, we could just have it go through, clip through the floor maybe? Like you have to place the track on the foundation. There's nothing that says that you have to then eliminate the foundation. So maybe we don't have to do the one on the bottom. That could be interesting. So the train is going to come in here and then go into the platform, go down that way. And then this one is supposed to be the exit. So temporarily, I think what I'll do is I'll scooch this over to connect to this line, because this line's already connected up. So I think I'll temporarily connect it this way. I think what will end up happening is that this will probably end up being a straight exit, and then we'll probably go between these rocks and kind of go out there towards what will be the new roundabout. So we've got a little bit of temporary track that has to be laid down here. We'll pretend this didn't happen. It was just designed all along. Yeah, sure. I think that's a good idea. So what I'll do inside here is, I guess we'll pull this in. I don't remember what you need to do for that move. So we've got to come over 2 foundations. I want to say for every 2 you come over, you have to go 4 lengthwise. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Bring you straight up to here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'll add that. That might be too tight. Yeah. So we'll back up by at least 1. So it's 5. So for every 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks you travel. Yeah, 2 to 5. That's not a very even ratio to remember. But anyway, zoop. So I'm not going to cut down any trees here because I don't think this is going to stay. As a matter of fact, it might be better to kind of just get myself up a little bit higher so I don't have to deal with any of this. Probably 2. It's probably the easiest thing to do. That'll make that a little bit more of an even decline as well. Just for now. I guess I must have missed Bill. Right. I'll just go check out his YouTube channel. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go to 6. And then from here, we're dropping another 2, so we'll try to go 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I don't think that'll reach. Oh my gosh, it does. That way we don't have to have all this ugliness hanging out. Because what happens is you set this stuff up temporarily, and then while you work on other things, it sits there and it shows up on stream. Okay, so that brings that in there. We then have to somehow hook up right-hand drive to this. That's the tricky part. If I want this to come down, there's going to have to be another trunk that comes off here. Just going to lurk for a quick 5 minutes. Oh gosh, yeah, take your time. This is way longer than I normally go, but I just... like a dog with a bone, I kind of want to get this done. So you can't just go straight. You can't, you have to go off to the side somehow. So there's a really good chance we'd have to do something more creative out here. My guess is that the approach to this place is going to have like a corkscrew to it. There's going to be maybe what we do is we come in over under. Rather than coming in side by side, maybe we come in one on top of the other. And then just switch. Because like that obviously doesn't reach. So the easiest thing to do temporarily would be to remove you, bring you straight out to here, and then start connecting down the line. And for this, I'm going to use the tower. Not good when you miss the jump, though. The fact that you can jump that far is kind of crazy. Right. So then this becomes a connection that has to go farther out. That doesn't work. Right. Probably have to do this first. Now, is that far enough? It's probably too far. Too sharp a turn. Too big. Whoa. Oh. Ran out of fuel. Whoops. Oh, geez, I'm almost dead. Take it easy, Cal. Thanks so much for hanging out. I know it's getting super, super late for you. Appreciate you being here. I should really just jump down on that thing. Sorry for the in-your-face sort of battle. So if I attached something here, so that works, but it's not exactly how I envision this to be as a finished system. I feel like what I want to do is have a separate line that goes outside of this, like something that's on supports. I feel like I need a horizontal line that goes that way, because this just feels too tight here. I mean, you can go straight into that station if you want, but this doesn't feel like enough of a separation, I guess. But it'll work for now. Right, so that's all those hooked up. Yeah. I meant to make it simpler than I did previously. Don't know if I succeeded. And now we have to do the rest of this. How high is that? That's 2 more platforms. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We'll do 9. Oh, I guess I have to do this way first. Seriously? So it needs to come up to here. So it's not an exact science, but again, this roundabout is temporary. I just need this all to work. I meant to make it simpler than I did. We could apply that to lots of stuff. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So then we have our offshoot if we want to go into the stations here. We have the underneath and we have the back. It's not exactly what I want. I think what's going to happen is we're going to have the trunk for this particular station is going to come in here, and it's going to the right hand drive is going to turn left, and then there will be like another offshoot into here, and then we'll have like a rocky desert train that'll go up and around. I think that's what I'm going to do. Right now this is an end point, and I don't want it to be an end point. I want it to be its own trunk. But that looks like it's working, except for I don't have 1, 2. I guess we only have 5 stations, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we got 6. Why don't I have a oh, I guess I don't need a, there's no arrow here because it's only one way to go. All right, so this will be our temporary construction station, or Constructicon station as I like to call it, because that's what the name of the robots are that combine to make Devastator are Constructicons. So I like Constructicon 1. Teletran 1 was the name of the computer in Transformers. So we've got Scavenger, Scrapper, that's the new one, Bone Crusher, Mixmaster, and unused because maybe Mixmaster should be here. Yep, I think we're going to switch that up. At least for now. So then Bone Crusher here. I really feel like Escape should exit out of those menus. I don't know why it doesn't. It does in other things, but not in buildings. That's Bone Crusher. That means that Scrapper is here. And then currently Scavenger. Scavenger would come in here. And then last but not least, that's Hook, right? That's all 6 of them. Constructicons from Generation 1. Scrapper is a front-end loader. Bone Crusher is a bulldozer. Scavenger is a power shovel, or I guess a front-end loader. Mixmaster is a cement mixer. That makes sense. And Hook is a crane, and Long Haul is a dump truck. Oh, there's also other ones. In some universes, there are more Constructicons in addition to lieu of the primary 6. Hold on. Check this out. Gravedigger. That's an awesome name. Hauler. I remember Hauler. It was a crane. Erector was a cabin crane trailer. High Tower. Oh, High Tower could merge together into 2. Oh, neat. And Scoop. Right. We've got lots of names. Oh, sweet. I thought I was going to run out. We're good. We are good. Hook is not my favorite. Hook is not my favorite. I'll leave it, I guess, just because it's Gen 1. Gravedigger is a cool name. Gravedigger would be a good name for your nuclear train. All right, so that's set up. We should now... Oh, signals. We need block signals. That's what it is. Hold on. Thought it was done. I can't recall the trains until we've got signals, I don't think. So signals all along there. And then signals here. There. Just creating these... Oops, not that way. Ooh, the signals don't look good. Embedded in the stuff there. What if I remove this? Yeah, see, that's no good. Because then a train coming from here won't go into this block because it thinks that there's a train in the whole block. I may have to start doing path signals, but yeah, that's frustrating. This is why I may want to push this out closer a little bit. Because if I did this, basically what I could do is, if I can get like a smaller track, like you can't attach more than one. If I delete this, I'll have to delete a bunch of stuff. But essentially, if we had like a really short track, just for example, pretend this was a station. If I wanted to go out as short a distance as I could, I could put the block signal here. Right? And that way, that's the block, and that's... Oh. I guess if I could try it on one of these existing ones. Hold on. Why am I losing power? There's power right here. What if I do it on this one? Because this one requires the least amount of building. So that's not going to work. But if I did this part, is that... That's the same. How did that work? Again, inconsistencies. But then I can put the block here, remove the block there, and then, yeah. It's so strange that you can do little bits, but not the big bits. Yeah, so what you want the blocks in the stations to stop before they get to the intersection. And all this is saying is that if there's a train in this white section, then don't go. And then if there's a train in the yellow section, but you can see how, well, if the yellow section ended there, that's not the end of the world. Anyway, I'll mess with this in between streams. The point is that we can move them, and that means I don't have to worry about that, so that's good. So each one of these is its own block. Station's a block, station's a block, station's a block. I think we have to go up here. And we have to put a block signal here. And then, to make sure that the trains can catch up to one another, we have to just create some blocks along here. The more I watch you work at this, the more I'm convinced, if I ever get to this part, I'm not smart enough to understand. Oh no, so every color is its own block, right? Like that's pretty straightforward, right? Ignore the little arrow signals, they mean nothing. They're only for you driving around on your own. For automated trains, they do nothing. It's all about blocks. So every color, basically a train cannot enter a color if there's already a train on it. So for example, if there's a train here, where's the train? There's a train here. So if that train is in the station, then because this entire thing is all blue, no other trains will enter in the blue until this train leaves, which you don't want, because this train essentially on this giant block is keeping trains from entering in the entire train station, which is why I don't want, you'd want to bypass this entirely. So what you do is you put blocks at the beginning of each train station. So immediately now that we've got blocks, now because this is pink, if I was in the pink going to this dark blue, then this guy is not going to be in my way because he's on the purple, and this is saying, is there anybody on the pink? Nope. And then I just go keep it on. Rainbow connections. Yeah, exactly, Dan. And I'm just going to break this up just a little bit. And we have power all over the tracks now that I've hooked them all together. There you go. Pink. It'll change again, unfortunately. You can't control what color they are. So again, here we may or may not want to have them. So that, well, that looks okay. It's not embedded, but we could have the block be farther out. Like we have the blocks be here. So instead of there, we could put the block here, and then there. So it makes the block a little bit of a fork, but it's still not the end of the world. Yeah, you'd probably want to separate this out as well. So I'll work on that later. Oh, your dad was a signalman, Cosmic? I didn't know that. That's cool. I would really like to move faster in the hover pack. That would be nice. Now these longer blocks are okay because we're just traveling such long distances. It's an ugly color for a block. Did I put one here? I must have. Yeah. Alright, so that means that these are no longer being used. I'll do a lot more deleting in between streams. So this is now just a road. right, so that works. Now that's the path stuff. I won't go over that again because that gets complicated. That means we should now be able to recall our trains and see what happens. So one of the things that I meant to mention earlier, Tipster, is that we're looking at potentially getting a server going. We had a server going briefly, but there seems to be a rekindled interest in Satisfactory in the community. And I'm thinking about putting a server as a Patreon goal where people that support at a certain level would have access to not just a Minecraft server, but also, if they wanted to, a Satisfactory server. The trick with the Satisfactory server, I think Cosmic, if you remind me, was the performance was a little bit sketchy from time to time. We could also make this like a little bit of a dome or something too, to see the train. Maybe maybe we wanted to make it glass or something. That would alleviate some headroom. Okay, so I'm going to remove you because you will be in the way. This is, I believe, Mixmaster, timetable, Mixmaster train. Let's go edit timetable. We'll remove the red forest. We'll go. I have to somehow indicate that these are Devastators, so I guess we'll do that D thing to start. That didn't take, did it? Yeah, so I want to know which one is which. So edit timetable, remove red forest, add the Devastator Mixmaster, save changes, and turn on self-driving. Parked. Signals are making next stop unreachable. That could be the nonsense that I did in the Crater Lakes earlier today. This station is probably not a good idea. I'll have to look at that. All right, so turn off self-driving. Mixmaster is stuck in the red forest for now. I'll go and rename these so that they are all Devastator related. See, escape should escape a menu in any application or game. Just make it so, you know? Especially when escape exits other menus in your game. No worries, Tipster. Hook. So we'll go D. I wish we had a little bit more room. Or if we could edit this and have like a subtext that we could see on the timetable. It doesn't need to be on the sign, you know? All right, so now we should be able to just, by simply accessing any of these, we should be able to do this. So scavenger, turn off self-driving, cancel docking, edit timetable, remove scavenger. I want scavenger station here, save changes, turn on self-driving. Operational. So scavengers should show up here soon. And we'll do Bone Crusher, edit timetable, remove Western Slopes, add Bone Crusher, save changes, turn on self-driving, parked. So I only have the 3 trains. There's Scavenger. Came in no problem. Now you should stop there. There should be no reason to do anything else. I could send you back and forth, but it wouldn't make any sense to do that. So I can just turn off. I could just do that at the train, I guess. Turn off self-driving. That sounded like Bone Crusher. No path. Right. Path is invalid. I guess I probably just well, let's try it. Let's add the Western Slopes. We'll ride it. And we'll do seems to be working okay. There's no loading or unloading here, so it's just going to be full of stuff we can't do anything with. Feels more like a train yard now, although it's probably because I was using more freight cars than I needed last time. Choose a path through. Exit. Didn't realize it had the blurb about the ticket on there. Yeah, there's some fun little Easter eggs in this game for sure. The sense of humor in the tutorial is one of my favorites. What is that missing car? Green, whatever that green is. It's not Caterium. I don't know what that's supposed to be. I could load copper into this, but just want to see what this looks like coming in. It is really cool to be staring down the middle of Devastator. Yeah, I dig it. I'm into it. As soon as it stops, I'll just turn it off. Still on the right block? Yeah. Nice. So the only thing that didn't come back was Mixmaster, and the only problem I can see with that is what I did by adding that tower. The lazy way I added this this tower with the train station. I probably just need to run some power from this train station to that one, or to here. That's probably all it needs to do. Actually, I might even just remove that tower because we don't need it. It didn't really give us any more information. So there's no need. There's no new nodes. There's nothing in there that I really need outside of 2 hard drives, but we've already got them. So that's probably all it is seeing, right? So yeah, we don't even need that. I can just go delete that. Nice. I'll do that afterwards. Cool. Well, this was an entire train yard stream, but this is higher. We have room for offloading it. We're going to have room for a main bus in the train station and a main bus over here. Weirdly, I might be dropping the main line into Devastator underneath here just for fun. It could be a cool thing to do. We will see if the approach is something I like. If I don't like it, we might end up changing that. The only thing now I think that needs to really be sorted in this area is a permanent roundabout. So right now, the roundabout is in this location. And what I want to do is move it from here to here, where it can be way larger and accommodate more trains and be accommodate longer trains as well, and be more on the main line, because the main line follows this lake and goes up that way. But then when we come off of that, we'll be able to come off and turn down this way. And now these are all nice and lined up. We'll be able to come in from here. There'll be a route that goes around the desert, and there'll be something that pulls off of that goes into here. So you won't be like necessarily coming in here and then coming straight in. We may actually end up with a T-junction where maybe some trains have to go this way and some trains have to go that way. So that could be interesting too. I'd like to have a separate line outside of the train station for sure, because there's a lot of resources up here that we could collect. There's just a ton of concrete. There's iron over here. We could do a bunch of different things. Some of this is already belted up, but not all of it. Not all of it. Does this cover all that? Yeah, they overlap. Cool. All right. We're going to pass you on to Total Eclipse. I believe they are still streaming. Always a good place to send y'all. If you enjoyed today, please leave a follow. You can also check me out on Twitter @JoelDuggan and patreon.com/JoelDuggan if you'd like to support the stream. Perhaps even join the Discord. That's the most economical way to do that. You can also do it with a Prime sub here on Twitch, or if you received a gift sub or used a sub today. I very much appreciate it. Monkey Programmer, thanks for the raid again. And Cosmic, thank you so much for hanging out and moderating. I know it is getting late for you and you're in for a full moderating evening. There is a new episode of the Spawn Chunks out right now. That is at thespawnchunks.com. And I'm working on putting out more episodes of the Citadel Cafe, my other podcast. So both of those are free. Find them wherever you get a podcast. And I'll see you back here tomorrow, Thursday, Minecraft, 1 o'clock Atlantic, UTC minus 3 hours. See you then. Have a good night, folks. Bye for now.